Moi. Mitä sä mussutat? Mitä sä mussutat? Häh? Häh? Leipää. Nopea välipala. Oho! Päikkärit on samaan aikaan tosi hyvä ja tosi hanurista. Tai ei saisi ainakaan nukkua yli tuntia. Uhuh. Oli tosi kivaa ja vähän semmonen lapilla päähän löytyi olla. Ui. Tortilla sipsejä. Tai nachoja. Ei mä halua mennä itses tonne, ei! Ei me oltu mennä tonne. Tätä myös tarkoittaa, että on vähän puola päähän lyöty. Ei, tee jotain ihan mieli. Takaisin sisälle siitä. No joo. Harvemmin kyllä tulee ostettu itselleen. Ja jos ostaa, niin sit saa sitä varten, että tekee jotain muuta semmoista, tai tortilloja tai mitään muuta. Nachopeltia tai muuta. Harvemmin niitä ostaa niinku sipseiksi itselleen. Aha, meillä oli 2. Jaa, ihmekös. Onks täällä yhtään sopivaa työkalua nyt? Toi. Mut haluuks mä? Prosessijuustoja ja nachoja. Paljon saa ostaa kyllä salsaa, jos ostaa nachoja silleen snackiksi. Juustonmakuisia, ai että. Jos ei olisi just syönyt leipää, niin tulisi itselle semmonen, että ai, kun olisi jotain. Meneekö toi? Ei. Toikin menis. No nyt se tarvitsee yhden. Tälle ei taida olla semmoista, mikä menee. Ei. Toi menis, mut sit se tarvitsisi tommosen, mitä ei oo. Toi ei mee, toi ei mee. Toikin menis, mut sillekään ei oo kyllä just semmoista oikeeta. Kai me sit lyödään vaan toi tonne. Hönö. Mitä on hönö? Mä en edes tiedä, mistä sä puhut. Hönö on leipää. Onko noin? Millaista leipää se hönö on? Koska mä en varmaan ikinä kuullutkaan tommosesta. Superpehmeetä. Jaha. Did we fuck up? No. Niin hyvää. Hönöä. Me ollaan muuten käyty tää. Me oltais varmaan päästy jotain toista reittiä tänne. Whee!
Yeah? Not something you want to say too loud now, but good work.
Kaverit kätteli siitä, kun asui siellä Tampereella, niin kun kävin kotona, niin kun hönönpalaisuus. Aina hönöisuus. Niin hyvää hönöä.
They said they don't need a programmer on board. Their support system literally uses quantum synergy software.
Was there something else?
Vastahan mä tulin juttelemaan sulle.
Do you now? Very well. Let me take a look at his... that's not the number I remember. Headquarters must have felt sorry for the old man. Here, his current balance. I expect this won't be a great hardship for you. Then I suppose that's that then. Dr. Walker's death is officially no longer a problem. You have my thanks. Oh, and if you do find him, please let Percival know I'm eagerly looking forward to never working with him again.
Hetkonen. Mitä nyt tapahtui sille sen tyypin etsimiselle?
Yeah?
Joo.
It's done, eh? Fine work. My end of the bargain then, I suppose. He's holed up in the old Red Devil's HQ. Place was sealed up tight after the UC shuttered our unit. But we snuck him in the back entrance through the deep mines. Good you're going in there, actually. Bunch of spacers.
Tänään pitäisi tulla vettä illalla ihan kaatamalla. En malta odottaa.
Don't expect he'd run out
Jos
before
pitänyt käydä lenkillä ennen sitä, mutta mulla on toinen jalka aivan sökö, niin ei pysty juokseen. Siksi oli aikainen striimi.
Yeah, the passkey. And I'll let him know there's someone he owes one hell of a thank you on their way down.
Nyt voi vaan rötväillä. Välillä on hyvä pitää vähän taukoa. Jep. Tai sit striimi loppuu kesken ja mä lähden juokseen sit. Tai lenkille kun tulee kaatamalla vettä. En kyllä. Voi olla tänään aloitettiin striimi ajoissa, mutta se voi olla, että striimi ei oo pitkä. Katsotaan kauan tää questiline kestää ja kauan mä jaksan pelaa sen jälkeen kun se on ohi. Jos vaikka tänään olisi nyt vihdoin viimeinen striimikerta tätä, sit siirtyy vihdoinkin siihen Cyberpunkkiin, niin sit ensimmäinen ajatus on kuitenkin vaan se, että miksi ei siirtynyt jo aiemmin. Mulla on kyllä hirveät odotukset siltä. Tässä onkin huono. Pitää pelaa aika loppuun, mutta tää rupee pikkuhiljaa olemaan. Sillä minua vielä kiinnostaa vähän pelaa tätä, mutta ne alkaa käymään ne kiinnostavat asiat vähän vähälle. Toki ehkä täältä voi vielä löytyä jotain mielenkiintoista, mutta se, että jaksaks mä striimaa jonkun 6 tunnin iltastriimin silleen, että mä vaan haahuilen tälle koidu löytää jotain jännää vai pelaisiks mä mieluummin vain Cyberpunkia. Mä oon peliä puolessa välissä. Is that a bad guy? Kai se on hyvissä. Ei se oo hyvissä. Ärsyttää kyllä, että korkeintaan yhden saat niinku tapettua sneakillä. Kato! Mä kuolin! Herranen aika. Missäkään meidän tallennus oli? Ei, se oli ennen sitä juoksua, nyt me tehdään juoksea tonne. Tuo on vähän känninen toi systeemi, kun siinä pihalla oli joku 8-levunen. Sitten siellä sisällä oli joku 14-levunen. Ja sitten toi oli joku 38-levunen silleen, what? Niin yhtäkkiä se tekikin damagea. Mä tajusin vaan siitä, että hetkonen, että mulla käytti automaattisesti se hiili-itemi. Ja ennen kuin mä tajusin enempää miettiä, mä katsoin mun helttiä, että onpas se muuten punaisella ja sit mä kuolin. Kun tää jotenkin skaalaa tuon sun oman levun kanssa noit vihuja, mut sit samalla jotenkin skaalaa sen niinku tähtijärjestelmän mukaan. Vähän molempia, 50-50. Niin sit luulee, että voi vaan mennä ja klikkailla itsensä tuot läpi ja sit yhtäkkiä ei voikaan. Sellaista se välillä on. Uusi yritys. Oho. Bonk. Ja niitä on taas laskeutunut Starburnia. Vitsi, ihan ei näkynyt toi päätöstä. Nytkö ne jo tietää missä mä oon? Vaikka mä oon täällä niinku full stealthis kyykys. Kameleontti jutut päällä. No niin, kyllä on. Vähän harmi, että ne teki tästä stealthista tämmösen. Mut, minkäs tää? Mikä? Mä oikeesti siis, eikö toi oli level 58 eikä 38. Mut niin, toikin vaan haistui mut saman tien. Tää stealth ei kyllä toimi tässä pelissä melkein ollenkaan näitä ihmisiä vastaan, mikä on kyllä vähän harmi. Ihan turha skilli. Toivottavasti sillä on joku hyvä ase. Ainakin meihin se teki damagea. No ei siinä rahaa. Negotiator, no joo. Ja siistin näköinen. Kai ton voi myydä. Tolla ei nyt tee yhtään mitään. Muistaakseni se meidän melee-ase oli paljon parempi. Joo, 49. Se oli kyllä, mutta se tekee vähemmän damagea kuin meidän pistooli. Tai tää kiväri. Meidän pistooli tekee melkein 2 kertaa enemmän damagea, mitä toi tekee toi granaatin heitä. Mikä on sekin vähän hassua kyllä. Meillä onkin siihen skillit. Mitäs muuta? Critti chance. Scoped weapons do 50% more damage while using the scope. Tääkin on jo aika hyvä kyllä. Ja sit toikin olisi kyllä hyvä toi. Mä olis kyllä nääkin levottomat vielä loppuun. Jos ottais toi ja toi ja toi ja toi, niin sit varmaan tekis tää kiväri aika hyvää damagea, mut kun meillä on tän levottaminen kesken. 2 levoa vielä. Pitää mennä lentää simulaattoriin. Oho. Kyllä kumpi tekee enemmän, tuo pistooli vai tuo kivääri? 214. Tuo kivääri tekee enemmän. Jaa. Ei meidän kannattaisi oikeasti käyttää tuota pistoolia enää ollenkaan. Paitsi että se ampuu ehkä vähän nopeammin. No niin, missä täällä on se isoin levy? No tuolla on 38. Miten sä jo löysit mut? Tai no, tämä kyselen turhia, totta kai ne löytää mut. Eihän ne voi olla löytämättä mua. Ui, oho. Mä oon tottunut tähän Marsin painovoimaan. Mag shot. This life of mine. Oho. Mä tiedän, että sä löydät, mut et sä voi olla löytämättä mut. Niin tää peli vaan toimii. Onneksi sillä ei periaatteessa oo väliä. Oho. Matala painovoima on kyllä rasittavaa, voi vitsi. Osuu pää kattoo koko ajan. Koittaa pienen hypyn tehdä, niin sit lentää heti. Uiu. Uff. Kolmekymmentä. 38. Päu. Mukkelis makkelis. Missäs niitä vielä? Tuntuu, että olisi sitäkään vähän kirjoittaa, kun on käyttänyt norminäppistä pitkään aikaa. Toi on kyllä uusi. Näppis, se on läppärinkin näppis. Ei se nyt niin paljon pitäisi eroa. Tuu ite sieltä piilosta. Erilaiselta. No joo, vähän matalat vai korkeat näppäimet ja onks numpädiä vai eikö se ole numpädiä? Miksi sä vahdit täällä jotain nurkkaa? En mä siellä nurkassa oo. Heat leech. Nami, nami. Vitsi, tää on kyllä syvällä piilossa tää kaveri. Mä oletan, että se on jonnekin tänne. 330, mutta tuolla on noin armorit. Saataisko me tiputettua toi yhdestä? Joo. Ei, siellä olisi ollut tommonen. No hyvä, että se ei ole vielä nähnyt meitä. Tää kyllä... Eka mä kerkesin avautua siitä, kun hanurista tää sniikkaaminen on, ja sit yhtäkkiä se toimii just niinku vähän tuntuu, että se pitäisi toimia. Et ne reagoi siihen, että mä oon jossain, mutta ei sillä, että ne rupee heti tykittää täysin mun päin. Niinku tossa äsken toi niinku tuntui ihan oikealta, tai silleen okolta. Ei ne niinku seissu ihan hölmönä, mutta ei silleen, että ne ties saman tien tarkalleen, missä mä olin. Ja... Tuo on niinku ihan fine tommonen. Kallista. Tai siis painavaa. 20. Tavallaan ihan siistiä, mutta... Ja tuolla oli tommonen minigani. Eiks toi oo semmonen? Oh. Mochi minibite. Tää oikea suunta. No direct path, okei. Okay. Kai siellä on joku ovi sitten. Häh? What? Älä jaksa. Mars Surface. No ei se kyllä nyt varmaan sekään kyllä oo. Oispa eksynyt. Voiko olla? Oh. What? Eiks me just menty tuolla? Ei, tää ei kyllä nyt oo oikea suunta. Täältä me tultiin, vitsi. Mä luulen, että mä vaan missasin jonkun oven tai jotain. Mä luulen, että me oltiin ihan oikeassa paikassa kyllä. Koska eihän täälläkään. Ei. Ei. Material analysis, niin täällä oli tää hissi, mistä pääsi ylös. Tässä oli tämmönen ovi. No niin. Mä olin vaan sokee. Näytti ihan semmoselta ötökkä-ansalta. Tai ansa-ötökältä, joka räkii heti kun kävelee ohi, mutta se ei tehnytkään mitään. Selkeästi pitäisi mennä tonne vasemmalle, mutta mä en nyt millään jaksa. Siinä oli selkeästi joku äänitrikkeri. Eeppinen löytö. Ei, tässä oli, ei. Ei mitään. No niin. Yes, that's... harassing nefarious old men by wiping away their hard-earned debts? Tissue sample? You came all the way down here for that? Must be some damn important cells. You want to tell me what I'm about to be staring at? Tau gourmet zone, free range, human fed theromorph cells. A fast-growing theromorph. That is concerning. Who exactly told you to bring this to me? Hadrian. She gave you this? If she made you come all the way for this,
let's get inside. I need to see these cells.
I need to see this. Follow Percival. Follow, follow, follow. Always follow.
Gonna ask you to not touch anything. Got some projects in the works down here.
Not touchy.
Expecting guests. Oh, and Lou mentioned how you took care of the debt. Managed to negotiate it down to something more reasonable. Good to see someone give the trade authority a bit of their own medicine.
Joo. Alas hommiin nyt sitten. Niin.
Let's gaze into this abyss, shall we? All right. Just get those cellular markers tagged. Wait. Where are the markers? This can't be right. This sample, it's
Organic.
Londinian.
Mitä Londinian?
I'll need to get this all in a slate. Adrian really gave you this sample. You're not lying to me? Because if you told me this was a hoax, and it'd be the best damn fake I've ever seen, I'd be mad and very, very relieved.
Sample's not faked.
Can't just humor an old man, huh? This sample, it's got all the indicators of the worst terramorph attack in human history. I presume you've heard of Londinian.
Yes.
It was a city wiped completely off the map by terramorphs. The swarms are so bad, they had to blow the spaceport and seal the place off from the galaxy at large. Not a lot of samples made it off the world from the time of the attack, but the ones that did, well, they look just like this one. I didn't detect any of the telltale signatures this specimen ever sat on a ship while it was alive either. I don't think it was transported to Talsetti. This specimen, it grew there, faster than any terramorph should. Which means, if we're about to start a new era in human-terramorph relations, where big, sudden Londinian-style attacks can happen outside Londinian, that's not gonna end well for humanity. So, you lugged this bad omen all the way here. You wanna tell me what your plans are for it now?
Mm.
The circle, huh? Could use a drink about now. Here, faster we take the lift to the surface. Not supposed to use it, but given the circumstances, I'm inclined to just ask forgiveness. Let's get going.
Käytä hissiä. Täällä on kovempi painovoima täällä laitoksessa kuin Marsissa, vaikka tää laitos on Marsissa. Mene ja tiedä. Oi. Voidaanko me vaan... What? What do you mean? Ei jaksa juoksta kilometriä aavikkoa. Ihan turhaa. Jo voinut ratsastaa. Ei olla joo. Eikä varmaan voikaan. Tämä menisin sanoa, että ei olla löydetty mitään millä vois, mutta en mä usko, että tässä edes on mitään millä vois. Adrian!
My God, look at you. You're an old man now.
You're no hatchling yourself anymore, Major. Our friend here showed me your sample. Suffice it to say.
Not here. Let's talk somewhere more private. Lou said we could use the back.
Mining Mars. Saaks tää ovekin? Ei. Kala.
Lou gave me the abridged version of what went down. Yeah, I can't thank you enough for taking care of all that.
Makes two of us.
I hope it ultimately didn't end up being too much trouble. That's certainly not what I was expecting you'd have to go through. But thank you. I'm just glad you both came through intact. So, were you two able to get that workup together?
Got it right here. That sample? It's an exact match for the ones from Londinian.
Londinian. That's exactly what I was afraid of.
Not thrilled to be the bearer of that kind of news. That's for damn sure. So tell me you've got some kind of plan for that workup.
Well, right now, we've got more questions than answers. So I've been trying to figure out what it's gonna take to access our old Terramorph data.
Good place to start. What'd you find?
It's in the archives.
The Armistice Archives? Doesn't that mean we'd be dealing with the Cabinet? And the Freestar Collective? And House Varun somehow? Guess we can kiss that approach goodbye.
I didn't think the Cabinet would be willing to hear us out either. But I called in some favors. They've agreed to hear us out on 2 conditions.
Kaksi.
1, they want to see this analysis you two have procured. And 2, they want to discuss what happened on Tau Ceti. With both of us.
Okay.
Well, that's about the best news I've had all day. But before you commit, I want to make sure you know the whole story. Percival and we're not just researchers.
Soldiers. No niin justi.
Ran a division of the UC together that deployed aliens on the battlefield as weapons.
Place I was hiding out. That was our unit's home base.
After some early fits and starts at other facilities, the place eventually became the heart of UC xeno-warfare. A practice that's been banned ever since the armistice went into effect almost 20 years ago. And the UC military cut us loose for what we'd done. Oh. Well, that means a lot. It's not something I'm exactly proud of. But it was during that assignment that the UC asked us to explore deploying terramorphs on the battlefield. The project never got off the ground, but the data our team gathered is now sitting in the archives, along with all the other information banned after the Colony War. Under the watchful eye of monitors from all the galactic factions still participating in regular politics. But if we can convince the Cabinet to help us access that data, it'll give us the tools we need to decipher what exactly this sample might mean. And hopefully, how to prevent more attacks like the one that spawned it.
Okay, let's go to the Cabinet.
Alright.
Alright.
I'm gonna go get this work up into the Cabinet's hands. I'll meet you out front of Mast in New Atlantis.
Good luck. You two are gonna need it.
Ja ei muuta kuin mastoon. Alpaka Centauri. Peli hajos. Hajos. Ei. Jotain käy. Eyewitness. Oof.
Captain! Over here. The workup's in the Cabinet.
Tässä on mennyt ole.
They said they'll call for us once they've gotten to properly review it. But
Kiitti.
listen, I know I should have been more forthcoming about who I was earlier. So, in the interest of full disclosure, there's one more thing you ought to know before we head up there. My relationship with the UC. It's more complicated than it might seem at first glance. The UC's actually the only reason I'm here in the first place. I am a clone of a man named Francois Sanon, one-time fleet admiral of the UC during the Colony War. Former
Onkohan
head
nämä
of
kaikki,
the
kenellä
UC
tommoset silmät klooneja?
They called him Ve Victus. Woe
Vähän
to the
jäljessä.
defeated.
No ei nyt hirveästi mun
Old
mielestä.
Earth Latin.
Aina ne vähän.
A title he earned. The program I was a part of, it was the UC's attempt to create a new generation of military minds from one of their most respected tacticians. Secure the leadership of the UC military for generations to come. I'm getting there. The man I was cloned from, my father, was executed for acts he committed during the war. The man caused a lot of death on both sides. Freestar Collective and UC. Military and civilians. And the things he did, well, they're a part of the reason the UC and Freestar Collective aren't really on great terms to this day. So my involvement, it could be another obstacle they throw at us up there. I just wanted you to be forewarned.
Yes, yes.
I really appreciate you saying that. I just thought you deserved to know, considering how much you've done already. You know, while we've got a second, was there anything else we needed to discuss? I know you got dropped into the middle of this pretty fast. Or if you've got any last-minute business to attend to, now might be a good time. No telling how long the cabinet's gonna keep us waiting out here. That's actually a souvenir from my time on Mars. The Red Devils unit I was a part of, they were founded by recruits who'd worked some of Mars' deepest mines. Folks used to adversity. The dust at those depths, it seeps into everything. The human eye
Se
included,
selittää nuo silmät.
where the name Red Devils came from in the first place. It
Mars
became
pölystä.
an unwritten rite of passage that anyone wanting to enlist with the Devils had to do a stint in the mines before they could join up. The Devils were always talked about in such revered tones during my training, so as soon as I was old enough, I signed up. And the eyes were my parting gift.
Okay.
Then I guess it's just a matter of...
The cabinet meeting is about to begin. All parties, please proceed to the cabinet chambers.
Pom, 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 pom.
Captain.
Kapteeni. Kapteenski. Mä luulen, että oli joku tapaaminen eikä tämmönen kuulustelu.
And that must make you the captain Hadrian mentioned in her report. You have our thanks for bringing us this information. You can imagine my surprise when I was informed you were also the agent involved in the debacle between SysDef and the Crimson Fleet. Still quite a mystery how that all went so wrong.
Vahinko sattuu.
In fact, some of Commander Ikande's few remaining compatriots even went so far as to suggest we were making a mistake granting you an audience at all. And that we should instead strap you in irons. Tell me, why would they think something like that?
Because they know the real truth. The UC never had a chance. The fleet's too damn clever. I'd know.
I guess you would, given your previous activities. Lucky for you, then. The UC has other needs for you. Let's get to business.
Olisi varmaan pitänyt tehdä eka tää questline, niin ei tarvitsisi kuunnella tätä kitinää noista avaruusrosvoista koko ajan.
Access to the UC Xeno Warfare Team's Terramorph data, currently housed in the Armistice archives. A request which will require not just this body's agreement, but that of all 3 Armistice signatories. UC, Freestar Collective, and House Varun. Now, Captain, we've all read Hadrian's report on the subject, but we have yet to hear from you. Perhaps you could summarize for the Cabinet what it is you see as the goal of this endeavor.
That's quite the leap, Captain. Madam President, I object to the very premise of this meeting. While no one would argue that what happened on Tau Ceti was anything less than a tragedy, terramorph attacks are not some sudden new threat on the horizon. They've been happening for generations. To demand we hand over banned archival knowledge and possibly upset the balance of galactic diplomacy because of a single attack seems at best panic. And at worst, a power grab by the daughter of a bloodthirsty warmonger and her associates.
I would remind the chief diplomat who...
Hyvä, että tääkin on taas selkä edellä.
If it's my father you're looking to address, you're welcome to consult a medium. I would also ask, how many deaths the cabinet requires to act? 50? 50,000? Because if tragedies like Tau Ceti are just prelude to more attacks, I have no doubt you'll get the body count you require.
Let's keep this civil, shall we?
Ei.
And while there should be no doubt,
Nyt
the
soitetaan
preservation
suuta.
of life stands paramount among this body's duties. Chief Yassine has a point. Will a single attack, however troubling, be sufficient to convince the other factions to grant us access to what they no doubt consider weapon data?
I don't think it's enough.
Perhaps you can help, Captain. As the one who actually collected the sample in question, did this terramorph seem at all alarming to you?
Its tissue matched ones from Londinian.
Just taking her word for it as well, then.
So it would seem. So then, Captain, given the discussion now and the information you've been privy to thus far, if you were in our position, would you grant the request made to open the archives?
Totta kai.
I'm inclined to agree.
As am I.
Well, I am not. I've heard nothing here to convince me that we should do anything but wait. And I will not risk galactic peace on a question of if.
Lol.
Yes.
Kohta on galaksissa rauha, kun ei ole enää ihmisiä siellä kiistelemässä näistä politiikasta ja...
I think we can safely say it's insufficient for the level of action you've requested. Perhaps once we've...
Lol. Kuis sattukin sopivasti?
Incident. Chief Sarkin, what's happening?
Terroristihyökkäys.
At the spaceport. Terramorphs.
Terramorphs.
Party.
Just as predicted.
Good God. There must be another explanation. The creatures evaded our scanner somehow.
There will be plenty of time for conjecture later. Chief Sarkin, order the evacuation of the spaceport and have your men contain the things, but do it discreetly. The last thing we need is a citywide panic.
Yes, ma'am.
Admiral Logan, the local barracks can provide support?
I'll make the order myself. Nearest anti-Xeno squad, though, is off-world. Going to take a while to bring them in.
Well then, we'll have to make do with the tools we've got. You two, we can't risk those things getting out of the spaceport. I want you both on the next train there. We'll let them know you're coming and that you've dealt with these things before. Now go show them how it's done.
We're on it, ma'am. Captain, I'm right behind.
Very good. Mä toivon, että tähän questilineen on kirjoitettu joku, että ne ei tee sitä itse, vaan joku käyttää niitä aseina. Että nämä on jollain tapaa koordinoituja. Koska muuten tuo ajoitus on niin täydellinen, että se on jo melkein huonoa kirjoittamista. No sä oot tossa tapaamisessa, missä sä et just saa lupaa, koska ne ei usko, että se uhka on tarpeeksi paha. Ja kun ne hyökkääkin yhtäkkiä tänne ja se uhka onkin tarpeeksi paha. Näin. Minkä asemaista toinen? Tän. Näitä piti tainuttaa enemmän. Stop resisting! Stop resisting! Musta olisi hyvä poliisi. Ainakin Jenkeissä. Ei riittänyt, että se oli polvillaan maassa suojelemassa sen päätä, sitä piti ampua vielä pari kertaa lisää. Ettei se vaan yllätä meitä.
Thank you for what you did. We didn't want to hurt them.
The way those people were acting, I've seen this before. They were under the Terramorph's influence, weren't they?
I don't know.
Ja nyt terrormorfit voi tehdä tolleenkin.
They just started
OP.
screaming. We tried to restrain them, get them on the train to get them out of harm's way, but some of the other officers down there, we couldn't restrain them fast enough. They just started firing on us. People we knew. They went berserk.
Pheromonic projection. Some Terramorphs, they can induce this fog. It affects everyone differently, but some people just lose control, turn against everyone around them, even if they don't want to. They're like a puppet. You kill the morph, you break the hold. But this means we're gonna need to be real careful with our fire, and keep that EM weapon at the ready.
Okay.
Let's do it.
Let's do it!
Please, do what you can to help them.
Bleh. Tää on kyllä ihan surkea ase.
No time to waste, Captain. Stash the EM and pull some firepower. Let's move.
Taas täällä on tämmönen kaos. Kun tärisee. Ehkä mä oon se kaos. Jep. Mikäs tässä klikkailles? Wait!
Oh God, Captain, it's going to be okay. It's not real. Whatever you're experiencing right now, it's not real. We have to get out that way.
Put down your weapon. We just want to be friends.
Yeah. Se tästä vielä puuttukin, että piti rupea kuulee ääniä. Se halusi olla vaan meidän ystävä ja me tapettiin se. Boo.
Experts? We've got the remaining creatures locked down on the landing pad. We're barely holding our perimeter. They said you've done this before. Well, one fire team to spare and whatever supplies you need, but I can't risk them taking over any more of my men. Put those things down and do it fast. We'll hold them as best we can.
Okay. Let's go. Missä se pää?
Trust me. We are not alone out here.
Näistä on kyllä hyvin expaa. No, varmaan tossa pitää justiin palaa tommonen. En mä oo täällä, älä tuu tänne. Älä kuvittelekaan. Tää on kyllä hyvä, kun tää aiheuttaa mitä tää aiheuttaa tää ase? Niin se on radioaktiivi damagea, koska se tekee jotain prosentuaalista, niin sit tää itse ase ei satuta hirveästi, mutta sit se aiheuttaa noita, että ne rupee tikkaa damagea aika kovaa. Captain. Yllättävän käyttistä. Tää on joku meidän vanhimpia aseita, mitä meillä on ollut kannossa. Heti sen lasertykin jälkeen, mitä me ei ole käytetty pitkään aikaa, koska se on ihan turha nykyään.
Guess they weren't kidding about you two. Universe put the right
Ahvit juotu, vedet juotu, kaikki juotu.
Certainly doesn't feel like it.
I don't want to think what would have happened if you two hadn't been here.
Just glad we could rise to the occasion. Captain, we should report back to the President. Let her know the Terramorphs have been dealt with. Take care of yourself, Sergeant.
Persnant. Jos haluaa hakea kokista, niin ei tarvitse lähteä pitkälle hakea kokista vai? Tai mitä tahansa muuta roskaruokaa, mitä siellä nyt sattuu olemaan. Joo, ei kyllä pysty sittenkään, jos olisi jääkaappikoneen vieressä.
Thank you, gentlemen. Captain?
Captain?
Adrian? It would appear that the Cabinet owes you our thanks for what you did for the city today. As well as an apology. Your concerns about the Terramorphs, well, consider them validated.
No kyllä se nyt kelpaa, kun ne on itse uhattuna. Klassikko. Joo, ei tässä ole mitään hätää, kaikki on fine. Mä oon itse pulassa, apua. I take my gratitude in credits, real estate or luxury goods.
Of course.
Lol.
I only wish we could have acted sooner. Now, after today's events, the Cabinet has decided to revisit its previous decision. We will be supporting your collection of the Terramorph data from the archives, as well as a subsequent investigation into the nature of these attacks. But to accomplish those goals, we're going to need the right people in the right places. As such, the Cabinet has authorized me to reinstate you, Hadrian, effective immediately, to your former rank of Major.
Ooh.
As soon as we've got the data in hand, we want you investigating these attacks and how to stop them. Will you do this?
Yes. Yes, ma'am. I'd be honored.
Excellent. But as you've both made clear, for such an investigation to succeed first, we're going to need someone to convince the Freestar Collective and House Varun to play ball. Someone
Play
who
ball.
knows precisely The sorts of dangers the colonies and all the galaxy are facing right now. The cabinet wants you
Yes, yes.
Captain, to be that representative. We do. In exchange, we're willing to fast-track your citizenship upon collection of the data. So, will you help us?
Yes.
I'm glad to hear it. Now, we, of course, won't be sending you in without the proper support. Deputy McIntyre in the Office of Interstellar Affairs will be your guide on gaining access to the archives. You should be able to find her in her office across the hall. And on behalf of the whole of the United Colonies, you have our thanks.
Ole hyvä. Kiitti, moi. 14 400, nice. Ovi auki!
These orders can't be. But you know who this is, correct? Yes. Yes, sir. Consider it done.
Valittamista.
That must make you our new envoy. Welcome to Interstellar Affairs. I'm Deputy Chief Diplomat McIntyre, Chief Yassine's second in command. And you're someone I've already heard plenty about. One of the few survivors of the SysDef debacle and defender of new
jaksaa kyllä kitistä siitä koko ajan.
Not sure if I should duck for cover around you or shake your hand, but you have my thanks for what you did for the city regardless. I was also told the President wants us to get you into the Armistice archives ASAP. So, we've got no time to waste. You know what the archives are, correct?
Yes.
Someone paid attention in current events. So, then you also know that it was originally managed by the 3 major galactic players.
Yes.
Access to the archives is only granted in cases of dire emergency, and requires a one-time use code from each of the 3 Armistice signatories. UC, Freestar Collective, and House Faroon. Now, the UC is already on board, so that means we'll need to convince 2 people. The ambassadors of the Freestar Collective.
No, mutta ne on meidän kavereita. House Faroonit on jotain hihkuleita, niihin me ei varmaan...
Both, and you'll have your data.
Ihan...
But that's a lot easier said than done.
Pystytä. No problem. I'm just going to need some electrodes, a tooth extractor, and some sodium pentothal.
I couldn't agree more. However, both ambassadors have reasons they won't, or can't, work with us.
They are dead.
Now, I'll provide guidance on how we believe you can acquire each code, but ultimately, it'll be up to you to get them both to cooperate. And I do mean cooperate. Threats and violence are off the table here. Though that doesn't mean we can't get creative. But it does mean we need to get you up to speed on who you're dealing with. Who do you want to start with? Ambassador Radcliffe of Freestar, or Ambassador Balmore of House Faroon?
Otetaan Daniel eka.
The good Ambassador Radcliffe. She's a veteran of the Colony War, and her only goal in life is to make ours miserable. Now, officially, our office is suggesting you try and negotiate with her. Use your experiences as a member of the military and with the threat we're facing to convince her to lend her support. And who knows? Maybe that'll work. Stranger things have happened. But my suspicion is we're going to have to rely on other tools to get her code. Certainly. See, good diplomacy is all about the careful application of pressure. We just need to find the squeeze. UC Intelligence has a recording device planted in the ambassador's living quarters, which we suspect you can use to your advantage. But getting caught trespassing is a quick way to land yourself in an embassy holding cell. So, if you are going to try and access the device, you're going to need to find a way in there without being seen.
No, sehän on meille tuttu juttu.
There's a disgruntled staff member you might be able to pump for intel. Maybe even convince to work with you. All right. Here, your diplomatic ID. I'll give them a heads up, you're on your way. Not likely to let you through the door otherwise. Ambassador Balmore's a challenge.
When the rest of House Varoon retreated into seclusion shortly after the signing of the armistice, Balmor stayed here. He's since lent his support to a small number of archival requests, so there's real hope he might again. Though claiming to know how a member of House Varoon thinks is a quick way to earn yourself a psych eval. It does, but there's a concern. We're not 100% sure Balmor's actually still alive.
Pikkujuttu.
Appearances were always rare, but it's been several years now since he last poked his head
Pyytää tolta lupa, mut
Scans of the
sitä ei
facility
välttämättä ole olemassa
show
enää.
signs,
Koko
but
tyyppi.
not the kind we were expecting.
Your task is to find him and kindly but firmly remind him of his duties under the armistice. I have no doubt. Now, the embassy front door isn't an option, but our spies have stated there's a side entrance that should allow you access. Here, this device should get you all the way down to the embassy interior. Once you're inside, though, finding the ambassador is going to be up to you. And fair warning, we received a report that alarms might have been tripped inside the embassy during the attacks. Watch out for automated security in there.
Now, if you have additional questions or require clearance for a new approach we haven't already discussed, don't hesitate to ask. I'd suggest you start with Ambassador Radcliffe. Approach her while the attack is still fresh in her and her staff's mind. Be smart out there, Captain.
Okei. Mitä mä olin sanomassa? Mulla oli joku ajatus. Niin, sitä mä liityttiin poliisivoimiin ja heti saadaan diplomaattinen tehtävä, kun nostaa vähän ränkeessä ja sit se muistuttaa meidän rikollista uraa meidän menneisyydestä heti. Joo, hiivi sisään tonne. Joo, hiivi tonnekin sisään. Kiristä vähän sitä, hihi. Poliiseja my ass. Joo, me halutaan vaan ihmisten parasta. Onneksi me ollaan tehty Ryujin, niin me voidaan manipuloida niitä muutenkin. Me laitetaan eka meidän paras puku päälle. Mennään seisoo se eteen, vedetään pillerit naamaa ja... Väkkööt! Toki vois vetää pullon viinaakin. Sekin nostaa kai tota. Hei. Ai! Mun lääkkeet kuluu, puhu mulle. Piller naamaa ja parhaat päälle, jep.
Excuse me. Are you supposed to be in here?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Do you have an appointment? You're the one McIntyre called about. The eyewitness. She said you were at the spaceport. You have my thanks for what you did down there, truly.
Tää ei hirveän imarteleva kuvakulma tällä.
She also mentioned that, and maybe it was just a bad connection, that now the UC wants terramorph data from the Armistice archives, some of the most highly guarded information in the galaxy, in order to protect us all. I can only presume you're here to tell me I misheard her and that
Hassut huolet. Jep. Ja jotenkin tosi kuolleet silmät.
Tell me I've got that right. I was afraid of that. Let me be frank, Captain. The answer is no. That information is there because it is dangerous. I will not be the one responsible for its release. Now, why don't you quit wasting my time and yours and go? You're really gonna push this? All right, I will give you one chance, one, to convince me. Understood. I'm listening. The cost of being wrong.
Critical success.
Well,
selkeä. Käy mulle.
make some good points.
Ehdottomasti ei. Ei käy missään nimessä. Ootko varma? No nyt kun sanoit, niin kyllä se voisi ehkä käydä, että...
You can only take out the items related to stopping these terramorphs. The monitors will make sure.
Se oli helpompi kuin mä ajattelin.
You go in once. You get everything you need on your trip, and never again. And all research done with the data will be monitored. If this data is being used to save the galaxy needs to be involved in the oversight.
Fair enough.
Freestar scientists will watch your people like hawks.
Käy.
So, do we have an agreement?
Kyllä.
Excellent. Follow me.
Follow me, follow me.
Sounds like it was a real mess down at the spaceport.
Laredo runs in the family. Tänne olisi voinut hiippailla suoraan täältä. Ihan kokonainen laite tähän hommaan.
Here, I'll reach out to Deputy McIntyre. We'll coordinate the necessary oversights. Two unlikely allies, I guess.
Okei, tää näyttää kyllä joka kulmasta tosi omituiselta.
I had this grab jump once.
I felt something. Huh? Authorized. Do not enter. Restricted area. Ai niin, täällähän me jossain vaiheessa käytiin silloin sekoilemaan. Silloin joskus aikoja sitten. Aikojen alussa. Just silloin. We were defenses. Pam. Turrets activated. Oops. Turrets deactivated. Päivitetään nyt vielä nääkin. Protect current. Remove combat. Nyt niitten ei pitäisi olla päällä. Niitten ei pitäisi ampua. Ja meidän pitäisi olla niille kaveri. Mitäs täällä on tapahtunut? Hyi saamari. Okei, nää ei ammu meitä. Mut se on hyvä tietää. No robotit on eri mieltä. Mielenkiintoista. Au. Mitäköhän näillä on levinnyt tänne? Aha. Se olikin jo sit meitä vastaan. Täällä on kyllä semmoset happopartyt. En mä nyt jaksa. Tästä on mitään hyötyä muutenkaan, kun suurin osa niistä on vihaisia meille muutenkin. Joudutaan muutenkin ampua ne kaikki. Eikö se on ylös? Kai se on ylös. This way, this way. Jaksas vaan vähän. YKK:n. Purry, trapped. Beware, demons. Alakertaa. Tuolla oli se yksi, mutta se ei halunnut. Vast ilmeet. Vieläks täällä? Roach, the stranger. What up?
So, what seems punishment becomes providence. A reminder we can never truly know the Great Serpent's designs for us. You have my thanks, and my apologies for the ordeal you just endured. Come, let us discuss.
Keskustelkaamme. Puhu mulle.
Not the ideal introduction, I suppose, giving you a grand tour of the embassy via barely functioning intercoms. I do greatly appreciate your persistence. I suspect the Venom tree upstairs has worked itself into more systems than I'd realized. But
Venom tree. Kuulostaa hyvältä.
such a beauty. Tell me though, what is it like outside? I heard the broadcast mentioning an attack. Then the embassy was struck with a power surge and then...
Silence.
Has the rest of the city suffered quite so badly?
The spaceport is in rough shape, but not much else was damaged.
Is that right, huh? I shall need to have these repairs seen to sooner rather than later. Now, it cannot solely be the Serpent's grace that brought you here at such an opportune moment. You were sent by the UC. That much is obvious. Who else could just waltz through my door, hmm? And the broadcast spoke of terror morphs at the spaceport. A worrying occurrence, certainly, but coming here of all places, when all I could provide is some enthused cheerleading and... an archive code. So the UC requires information, then. On terror morphs, presumably, hmm? Do I see this all clearly?
Correct.
The preservation of life stands as the very purpose of the archives. Using its data to prevent more attacks, there is logic there. But if I am to grant you access, I have a requirement. For years, House Varun has been known only as an agent of slaughter. We founded this embassy with hopes of shedding that legacy. With little success. In exchange for my code, I require this. You must be the one who ensures it is used for good. Ensure House Varun's legacy is more than just carnage.
Toki.
The knowledge you ask for isn't evil. No knowledge is. It is we who bend it to evil ends. Oh, you must assure me this will be used to save lives, not endanger them.
You have my word.
Well then, I shall not fear.
Tää oli helpompi vakuuttaa.
Please, follow me.
Follow me, follow me. PHS.
Let's hope it still works. And there. Let it be used for good.
Kiitos. Oho, siinä on suus reppu. Mitäs meidän reppu sanoo? Saaks ton ottaa? Niin. Onko sillä niin väliä saako sen ottaa? Mä nyt otin sen. Niin pitää muuten jossain vaiheessa taas tyhjentää taskuja. Meillä on taskut täynnä. Hei, ei sulla oo... Code Machine Key. Ton on sun periaatteessa pölliikki näet. Eiks tehdä loo semmoista? No, kai me päästään täältä perusreittikin pihalle. Venom Tree. Saamarin mä säikähdin tätä. Miksi joku on laittanut tommoseen vessaan mannen kiinni? Huhhuh. Alright. Sehän meni aika helposti. Oho. Hetkonen. Miksi mä pidä... Piti tulla alakerran hissistä ja mennä ylös, ei voinut mennä lobby-hissistä ylös. Vähän hölmö. Olis varmaan voinut, kun ois vaan mennyt ja käyttänyt.
Captain, you're back sooner than...
I'm done.
Oh wait, did you actually succeed? With Radcliffe? And Balmore? We're all in agreement?
Yes.
So the old man was still lurking around in there. Fine work, Captain. And now, I've already arranged everything with the archival monitors. When you get down there, the UC monitor will give you instructions on how to deploy the codes. Follow them to the letter. Here, a UC code piece and an archival access card. The entrance is just on the other side of the plaza across from Mast. Absolute best behavior down there, alright?
Tottahan toki. Enkä pölli mitään ylimääräistä sieltä omiin käyttötarkoituksiin. En ikinä. Ois se minusta.
Here on Vanguard business.
Ei vitsi, hei, tossa muuten käy kohta silleen, että me saadaan joku quest rewardi kuitenkin. Ja sit meidän taskut on täynnä ja sit kaikki on huonosti. No. Se on sit sen hetken murhe. No eri puolella huone. Dataa, niin paljon laitonta dataa. Se jäi auki, hei. Sitä minäkin. Eiks täältäkin pääse sisään nyt kun me ollaan tässä? Pääsee sitä minä.
There you are. Captain, Deputy told me what went down. Impressive work.
Captain, if you'd be willing to transfer the documents to the Major, she and I have been discussing what comes next.
Time for us to start getting some real answers. And figure out if we've been asking the right questions. So whenever you're ready. Acknowledged and accepted, Captain. So with the data out of the way, we've been discussing where exactly this work's getting done. The Red Devil's headquarters on Mars, back where you found Percival, seemed the natural spot. Already has the equipment, the safety measures. Though it sounded like the deputy had a few more things she needed to discuss with you first.
Indeed. The most important of which is getting you your citizenship.
Yay!
Then I guess we'll see you on Mars.
Captain, if you'll follow me.
Ai, taas pitää seurata. Miksi aina pitää seurata?
Howdy.
Meistä tulee kansalainen ja sitten me voidaan... Vai heitetäänkö meidät katolta? Ei, meidät varmaan heitetään katolta. Nyt on kyllä prameet näköalat. Meidän alussa ei ihan näy, kun siinä on just torni edessä. Buu. On kyllä siisti.
All right, Captain. Are you ready to become a citizen of the United Colonies?
I'm ready.
Good. This isn't the only item we need to discuss, so I'll give you the short version. Please raise your hand. Captain, through your actions today and in days past, you have earned your place among the United Colonies.
Yeah.
Through service, bravery, strength, and upholding of the mutual good. Will you carry and cultivate these values for as long as you remain a citizen?
Yeah. Sure, whatever.
Then, Captain, I'm pleased to welcome you into the United Colonies as a full citizen.
Kiitti.
Here, your official ID and your citizenship dispensation. We've also let the Aphelion Realty office out in the plaza know you're approved to purchase property. Now, the other item we needed to discuss. There's a member of the UC who's asked to speak to you, but this person is in a sensitive position. Normally, we wouldn't even consider something like this. But we think this person has information that could prove useful in dealing with the Terramorphs. And they've stated they'll only share it with you. They asked for you by name.
Ja kukakohan tää on?
So I need your agreement that everything you're about to see is kept in the strictest confidence. You can tell no one. Can you agree to these terms?
Okay.
Let's hope it never comes to that. Head to the elevator. You're going to subsection 7.
I'll make sure you're cleared for access by the time you get there.
Tekis niin mieli hypätä tästä taas. Proceed to your meeting. The devils you know. Nythän me saadaan ostaa kämppä, jos me halutaan. Mikäköhän kallein kämppä, mitä tuo saa ostaa, tai voi ostaa. Tää näyttää melkein vankilalta. A-level. Kuka täällä on? Superkyttä. Ei kun rosvo. Vanha tuttu. Muistaks mä edes kuka täällä on? Hei, tää on varmaan se Francis, jonka pitäisi olla kuollut itse asiassa. Mut sit se asuu tämmöisessä Sun ei pitäisi olla elossa. Tää on laitonta. Tää on hienoa. Okei. Eli kallein. Francis.
Perceptive. I like that. I'm Francois Sanon, but most know me as Vieeelä. I was an admiral during the Colony War. One of its great villains, if you believe the slates. I was to be executed for my crimes, but the previous regime deemed me too valuable to simply discard. So they put me here, a sacrifice on the altar of peace. Even my death served the colonies.
My god, the UC has been lying all this time.
Captain, please. There are no clean hands in galactic politics. We all do what we must to keep ourselves safe. Which, right now, means finding a way to protect the United Colonies and beyond from additional terramorph attacks.
Okay.
An effort you and my progeny Hadrian have already made impressive progress on. And I'd like to help, though I am curious. Has she shared with you the nature of our little family?
She told me she's your clone.
Did she? So willing to trust Hadrian. I never did succeed in driving that out of her. Our relationship has always been a challenging one. The Major was born to become a great leader, carry on the legacy I established, and was given all the finest training to support it. And she excelled. But the universe cut all that short. Now, though, it's placed even more crucial work in front of the two of you. And I think I have a part to play in helping you accomplish what you've set out to do.
I'm listening.
After some long years earning the trust of this current regime, the UC has been permitting me to work alongside one of their recovery teams, helping them gather intelligence on, locate, and organize scenarios to lure in some of the criminals that evaded justice after the Colony War. With quite a few successes, I might add. But in the process, I managed to find something else. The names and locations of Hadrian and Percival's old research team. Valuable manpower for the effort you're about to embark on. I'll tell you where they are, but in exchange, I need something.
Nää kaikki aina tarvii jonkun palveluksen. Totta kai.
There is a former colleague of mine, a man by the name of Dr. Reginald Orlays. Like myself and Hadrian, he was involved in some of the United Colony's more problematic lines of research. Mech weapons were his specialty. If it dealt death, he could make a deal more. When the colony war ended, he fled, refusing to face tribunal, and has continued to peddle his skills to the highest bidder to this day. But I finally found him. I want you to track him down and deal with him. However you're able.
Onnistu.
I'm not expecting he'll come quietly. Bring me evidence that the job's done, and I'll tell you what I know.
Consider him dust.
Good. According to my information, he's been hiding around the world of Etheria.
Ei vitsi kun toi jalkaan kipeä.
There's a star station in the vicinity. The Den.
Pitäis venytellä enemmän.
Captain Marquez should be able to help you find our man.
The Den. Poppa. Olikin väärä ovi. Vessa. Nyt tulikin nyt. Mä oon koittanut ottaa sitä nyt iltarutiiniksi. Katsotaan muistaaks mä. Jos tänään lopettaa striimin tarpeeksi ajoissa, niin sit voi kerketä pelittelee. Kun sit jos menee striimistä suoraan pelaa muita pelejä ja sit ne menee jonnekin aamuyöhön, kun pitäisi olla jo nukkumassa, niin ei siinä sitten enää viitti rupea venyttelee.
Captain, did your meeting go well? I hope it's clear now why we needed you to agree to all the secrecy.
There's an executed war criminal in your basement.
Surprised me too when I learned it, but the prisoner has proven useful over the years, and kept far from any major decision-making. But I do think it's worth re-emphasizing. No one else can know about this. All right?
I'll keep it to myself.
Good. Because bringing this up to the outside world would create the unfair appearance, Captain, that you're unhinged. And that's not a good look for any of us. Now, was there something in particular you needed to discuss about what we were just discussing?
I'm going to be a hitman! The prisoner asked me to deal with Dr. Orlays. Figured you and I should discuss.
Dr. Reginald Orlays? He's finally found him. Of course, killing Orlays is completely out of the question. But bringing him to justice... He's been on the lam for years. That'd be a huge win for the UC. What's being offered in return?
The location of Hadrian's old research team members.
Really? He found the members of the research team. We'd already initiated a search for them, but it'd save a lot of time and manpower if he just gave us that information. Captain, if that's the deal, you have my endorsement. Just so long as you make every effort to bring the man in alive. Now, was there anything else you wanted to discuss regarding your meeting?
No. Let's go! The Den. Ai niin täällä meidän piti jossain vaiheessa käydä. Ikinä ei eksytty. Tai ollaan me näköjään käyty täällä. Me ollaan käyty täällä jossain vaiheessa. Siitä onkin hetki, kun me ollaan viimeksi lennetty. Tosi... No ei itse asiassa. Valehtelin. Vastahan me lennettiin sillä simulaattorilla. Sitäkin vois mennä grindaamaan, niin meillä olisi pojoja nyt siihen pilottingiin. Sais luvat niihin B- ja C-luokan aluksiin.
is back. You got something quick? Kinda busy at the moment. Orlace. Doesn't ring a bell. Anything you can tell me about him? Seriously? Out here? Surprised they didn't send out a general notice he's in town. Though, I guess there's less a chance he bolts if they keep it hush. But I expect we would have heard something... Wait... The Warlock! There's been rumor of a ship out there for years now. Doesn't respond to hails, never docks. More than a few amateur investigators have tried to find it. And at least 2 never came back. Aetherius debris fields are plenty dangerous if you're not used to flying in them. But if you're suggesting it might not have been the fields that got them, well, I can give you the coordinates of the Warlock's last sighting. Can't think of a better spot your Orlace might be hiding. Sure thing. Here, this should get you pointed in the right direction. Go get your man.
Yes. Aha, se voi olla, että me joudutaan ampua se hajalle. No, ehkä me pystytään siihen. Tää vaan tallento. No. The Warlock. Täällä on jotain miinoja. Nyt vasta tajusin. Olisiko noin niinku moottorit pitänyt saada ammuttua sieltä? Kun tätä ei saanut tappaa. Ei me tätä näin tehdä tätä tehtävää. Kokeillaan uudelleen. Or disable the engines. Hajosko se taas kokonaan? Hajos. Kuinka vaikea tää on?
Their shields are gone. Take them out.
That was a pretty shot at your grav drive.
Onpas ärsyttävää nyt. Pitääks mun oikeesti ottaa se targeting skilli tuolta? Käyttää 1 leveli siihen. Antaaks tän? Mitä? Noniin. Nuts. Die.
Good, air pressure, good. And we're docked.
Ei kuulosta hyvältä. Ovi auki! Syringe. Personal logs. Deleted. You won't be caged. No, siinä nyt kävi sit sillä lailla. Voinko mä pölliä tää? Ei.
Undocking complete, Captain.
Saiskohan ton nyt ampua rikki? Koska mä saisin siitä sen yhden hajotetun aluksen. Ei niitä shieldeäkään olisi voinut levuttaa. Ehkä me nyt ei oteta sitä riskiä, että se kusee sen ja sitten suuttuu mennä.
Let's see what there is to see.
Welcome to UC space. Maintain your current course while we scan your ship's cargo.
And complete. Ai niin, hei. Meidän piti jo muutenkin tehdä tää homma. Nyt kun me ollaan tässä, niin ja vielä kun mä muistan. Taskut tyhjäksi.
What can I help you with? Your ship is way bigger than that.
Dead Eye. Ai niin, tänne olisi voinut periaatteessa. En mä jaksa. Tai itse asiassa kyllä mä jaksan, mutta mä en tiedä muistaaks mä. Sitten täältä ainakin noin. Alright. Nyt on taas taskuissa tilaa. Paljon meillä täällä on muuten vielä? Toikin rupeaa olemaan jo aika täynnä. Me pitäis saada myytyä noit. Mut vitsi kun ei kellään oo rahaa tarpeeksi. Se ois dumpattuu noille. Se oli kyllä hyvä. Missäköhän se oli? Olikohan se Oblivionis vai jossain, kun siinä on se joku mercantile skill, mikä just nosti kanssa sitä, että paljon saa rahaa ja tai kuin halvaa voi ostaa ja kuin kalliilla voi myydä. Sitten kun sitä levutti tarpeeksi, jossain vaiheessa pystyit sijoittaa kauppoihin. Niin sit ne sai vähän niinku lisää sitä maksimimassia sinne, mut sekin oli hirveän pieni summa, et se tuli tosi nopea vastaan silti. Niinku ei me saada millään näitä niinku täältä. Sitten taas toisaalta kyllä meillä on rahaakin, mä just katsoin, että meillä on taas kertynyt joku 300 tonnia jostain, mä en tiedä mistä. Sitä on vaan tullut pikkuhiljaa questirevardeista. 1,3 miljoonaa. Ihan hyvät massit. Kai. Mietin, että joo, silloin kun aloitettiin tää peli ja katsoin nyt alusten hintoja, 200 tonnia, 300 tonnia, ui juma. Vitsi kun sai noihin säästettyä rahaa. Loppujen lopuksi kannatti vaan parikymmentä tonnilla upgradea tätä omaa ja nyt se toimii ihan hyvin. Ei nää kämpätkään varmaan kyllä ihan hirveästi maksa. No. Pitää kattoo, pitää kattoo.
Welcome back, Captain. Do you have some news for me regarding Dr. Olays?
Newsflash, he's dead.
I'm not surprised. The man fled every consequence he ever faced. Of course, you don't expect me to just take you at your word, do you? Excellent. Please, the deposited in the transfer system.
Transfer accepted.
Would you look at that? Kept it all these years. Some simply couldn't let go of that old world. This is fine work, Captain. I can ensure the remaining team members find their way to the Red Devil's headquarters. Except for one. That one you'll need to collect yourself. His name is Kaiser.
Kaiseri. Keisari.
World of Nira, wandering the battlefield there. The area was ground zero for Xeno weapon deployments during the war, so I would arm yourself appropriately. And I think you'll want to check in with Hadrian and Dr. Walker before paying it a visit. Kaiser will likely have security protocols you'll need their help to overcome.
Okay.
Of course. We're protecting the galaxy, Captain. We'll need every tool at our disposal.
The devils you know. Adrian. Niin meidän pitää mennä Marsiin. Hirveän puhtaan olosta. Mä oon saanut tän siistittyä. Ja sähköt ja kaikki.
Captain, welcome back. Was afraid you might have gotten reassigned. You've been gone so long. So how's it feel to be a citizen?
Feels good.
It should. You risked life and limb to earn it. But it is real good to have you here again. We've been going through the Terramorph data and, well, we're gonna need all the help we can get. These logs, they're even more thorough than I remembered. Genetic workups, population statistics, hell, even their food chain. I'd completely forgotten, for example, that there was a creature that actually ate Terramorphs.
Just.
At this point, the data's given us more options to explore than we have people to work on them.
I found your research team.
That'd be something, wouldn't... I'm sorry, are you? You're serious? You found our research team? That's incredible. That accelerates everything. With them back, it'll let us... Wait. Kaiser. Did you find Kaiser?
He's my next stop, but I was told I need your help.
That's right. You would need that. Whoever gave you these leads sure knew their stuff. Well, how? How exactly did you manage to find them?
Ehkä me ei kerrota tollas. I'm just talented.
Miracle worker is more like it. Getting Kaiser back, that gives us more than a few new paths forward on dealing with the Terramorphs. But if he's been out there on his own all this time, you're gonna need something. Come on.
Follow. Taas follow. Tää on ollut yhtä followia kyllä, tää quest chain.
Some of the containment chambers were a bit on the unpleasant side, but the facility staff made short work of that.
Holding cell A. No niin. Sentää.
I know it's here somewhere.
Ei tarvi mitään. Teilaa. Hailing. Varjostaa.
Here, Kaiser schematics. Actuators, weapons, batteries. That old robot's been MIA for a while, so chances are he's gonna need some repairs. He's also got a lock on his voice controls. You can give yourself authorization with the phrase, Nos belli machinis. Now, where exactly is the old machine? A battlefield. On Nira? Oh, sheesh. No wonder no one's found him. That sector of Nira was destination #1 for xenoweapons during the war. Add to that general environmental devastation and the kind of lawlessness that comes with any Freestar world, and that planet's got more than enough ways to make a visit your last. But I think there's a place where you can start your search. Yep. One-of-a-kind salvage. Licensed to an Angelo Alonso. Goes by Gel. As good a place to start as any.
Selkeä. I'm off to
And I'll
Nira.
make sure we're ready to put them to use as soon as you got them.
Smoke it if you got him. No niin, sitten mennään Niiraan. Missä on Niira? Narion. Vai Vala? Narion. Whee! There are unique organic and inorganic resources that can only be repaired. Missä meidän robo?
You looking for advice on heading out into the field? Gel's happy to oblige.
Hey! New model on the floor. Welcome to the one-of-a-kind. Refuge and rest home for the hardest scrappers anywhere. Name's Gel. Proprietor. So formal. The pleasure's all mine, my good man. Angelo Alonso, at your service.
Gel.
You can call me Gel. Can I get you started on a tab, then? Or you here to try and make your fortune in the fields? I'm happy to take your credits however you want to hike them over. Kaiser? No bot around here with that tag. Oh, unless you mean Captain Ahab? At least that's what we've all been calling him.
Mistä
No
what
clue
välkkyy
what his
tällä?
actual designation is, since he's got some sort of security protocol that prevents inquiries and general chit-chat. But he's a combat bot, right? Yeah, that machine's been out there a while now, hunting this one siren. His white whale. But it's been a while since anyone's laid eyes on Captain Ahab, though. Maybe he finally got the thing. Or it got him.
Not Ahab. Kaiser.
Well, all right. So, sounds like you've got two options. You can wander around out there, hunting your bot, little old white whale of your very own. Maybe you find him. Maybe you get yourself killed. But knowing this rock is part of what we do here. So if you want to find him a whole lot faster, I'll sell you what I know about this. Kaiser's location.
Paljastaa maksaa.
A little steep, but I'm willing to negotiate.
Tonni! Ei oo rahaa eikä mitään, mut totta kai me voidaan vähän neuvotella.
I don't care how bad. Easy see. Don't think I'm desperate or anything.
Onnistu.
But
Jätä
you do have a
pessi.
point. Okay.
Täällä on tommoset kunnon
You made your point. I'll give you
douchebag-viikset. Ei, saatiin alennusta.
pleasure doing business with you. So, last anyone heard of him, he was out near the Syracuse. About a quarter click down the main strip. One of my rough
Pitäisikö ajaa itsellekin tommoset viikset?
Just keep your ears open.
Ottais tosta päältä vaan puolet pois, niin olisi semmoset ihan terävät puukot.
Sirens and ecliptic out there, and neither takes prisoners. Oh, and corpse retrieval is not included in this transaction, so now you know. Give Ahab a Kaiser our best.
If you don't know, now you know. Viiksi Jyrki. Jyrki, jolla on viikset. Se on jo aikamoista. Mistä tälle pääsee sisään? Tosta. Destroy. This individual is busy. Nos Bellimachinis.
Voice controls unlocked. Attempting to resume. Attempting to error. Our level insufficient. Battery required. Type microcell. Inquire at salvage yard.
Find a microcell. Jaha. Se varmaan maksaa sit taas vähän lisää rahaa ja sit pitää taas vähän neuvotella ja... No. Meillä on neuvottelutaidot kuitenkin. Saadaan se muuten nostettua sitä. Ei sille, että meillä olisi varaa nostaa sitä, mutta... Ai 6/10 ei vielä. Fuck. Ja sitten tiputtiin suoraan johonkin myrkkyyn lätäkköön. Totta kai. Ovi auki. Noniin, paljon se maksaa? Varmaan ihan sikan.
Get you something? Here's what I've got.
Micro. $11 tonnia, en maksa.
So that's where your machine's been. Ran out of juice. Heat leeches, wasn't it? Those little stowaways are everywhere on this rock. Suck the power out of a pen light if you let them. But a microcell, that's military grade tech. I think we might have one, but I can promise you, is not going to be cheap.
Sitten taas neuvotellaan.
You could probably Frankenstein one together using our fabrication system here, but only if you had some quality schematics. So, I just brace for a little sticker shock.
Mitä mä saa sit alennusta?
Wouldn't have lasted real long here, doing what we do without a top-notch fabrication system. So long as you've got the specs, it should be able to handle making you a microcell. But finding materials up to the task, you're likely going to be sifting through quite a few mech hulks out there to find what you need. Though, if you think you can actually manage something like that, I'm willing to make you a deal. I'll point you towards the juiciest harvest sites. Spots where you should be able to find quality parts. But in return, any excess materials you collect, you sell to me, all right? Save us from risking our necks on another run out there. What do you say? No skin off my teeth.
En kyllä jaksa varmaan rupea vääntää.
In need of materials? No better selection.
On the planet, hehe. Ei oo ketään muuta, jotka myy. Ei me tehdä tuolla rahalla muutenkaan mitään. Niin kerran kun sitä voi käyttää johonkin fiksuun, niin käytetään. Säästetään itseltämme se vaiva. Ota patteri.
Residual damage detected. Impact shielding. Visual systems. Damage within acceptable limits. Thank you for your aid. I must resume my mission. Please step aside.
Ei. Your mission just got superseded. Major Adrian Sanan wants you back.
Major Sanan will have to wait. I cannot leave my mission. Although previous attempts to disarm the weapon have been unsuccessful, additional support may allow me to complete my active mission more quickly, allowing me to leave this place.
Leave.
Excellent. We must disarm Unit XW-99. Designation Siren. Nearest final xeno-weapon. Are you ready to proceed to the mission site? Follow me.
Alright.
Mind your step. As you have no doubt witnessed, this region can be hazardous to work.
Tää liikkuu vähän nopeammin kuin muut. Just hyvä.
Hostile detected. Deploying lethal countermeasures.
Voiko se on? Katsotaan tätä. Se on kyllä niin OP, kun tossa on toi... Tikkaa tota damage. Aha, näitä on enemmän kuin yksi. Mitä eiks toi nyt prokannut? Ei. Ihan kun joku yrittäis lyödä mua. Jep. Mulla on muuten ihan törkeästi helaa. Ei paljon näitä tulee täällä. Onks meillä muuten vielä se? Ootas. Mehän voidaan kokeilla tälläkin. Jos tää nyt vaan prokkais sen liekin. Me tähän kuullaan, ei hirveästi. Nyt saamari. Tossa ois tommonen. Tosta mä otin sitä damagea koko ajan. Noniin, joko riittää? Vai ei vielä? Bleeding. Pitäisikö meidän paikkaa itteemme vähän? Mitäs kaikkea meillä on? Tommonen toi. Heal gel. Onks meillä näitä? Ei ole vissiin käytetty mitään oikeita huumeita, kun ei ole jääty vielä koukkuun mihinkään kamaa. Ehkä pitäis käyttää niitä boostereita. Let's go.
Moving out.
Release the weapon. Me vaan nössöillään tää, kun toi meidän kaveri riehuu. Turvallisen matkan päästä. Haluaisiko toi Warmonger? Eikö, onko se nyt, tuliko se jo pihalle tuot? Tuli. Tämä voisi koittaa itse asiassa luuttaa. Oho, toi value. Sitä ei saa myytyä mihinkään. Nyt olisi ollut kortti siihen, että sun vapauttaa sen. Oh well.
Unit 99 service is now complete. Mine, however, continues.
Speak to Kaiser.
Our work here is finished. Now, what is this mission you spoke of? Major Sinan is involved.
Hadrian and I want your help preventing a possible plague of terrormorph attacks.
Of terrormorph attacks. That is disconcerting. You are docked at one of a kind. I will meet you there.
Return to the Red Devils. Sehän oli helppoa. Vähän rupee olemaan kyllä bullet spongia nämä isompi levuiset vihut. Ei jotakin aseiden damage riitä. Tästä vaan pitäisi tiputtaa vaikeusastetta. Se ei jaksa tuhlata kuulaa.
I can't believe it. Major Sinan, Dr. Walker.
You're in better shape than I expected, Kaiser. Shouldn't take as long to get you back up to full fighting capacity.
This is good to hear. I was told there was a new threat on the horizon. I wish to learn more.
Percival will give you the full story.
Plus, get you dressed for the occasion.
Occasion? Where are we going?
Londinian.
Oho, Londinian.
Doctor, I will require additional armaments.
That's the plan. Come on.
Captain, you're with me. Time to walk you through what we came up with. So the problem we're up against is fast. Terramorphs, they can be anywhere. Meaning us finding and disposing of them ourselves isn't an option. But what if we could let something else do the work for us? Come on, I'll walk you through what we're thinking.
Mitähän sille luontainen vihollinen, joka metsästää niin.
You remember that creature we talked about before you went to Nira? The thing that eats terramorphs, the Asyles? Apparently, they were bloodhounds for terramorphs. But when the UC ran low on synthetic foods during the Colony War, the Asyles were chosen to fill in the gaps. We thought they were harvested to extinction. But in the data, the research team found the location of a few remaining specimens. As you can see, what we're proposing
Ne löysi
is
semmosen
bringing
jo.
them back. We'd breed
Tuu
populations of
mikään
them,
majesteettinen
distribute them to
otus.
human worlds, and then let nature take its course, using a method that thousands of years of adaptation have already perfected. We could speed up their breeding process using some of the same technologies that were used to create me. We even think that with some time and investigation, we could use the Asili's hunting skills to track down the Terramorph transmission method at long last. Find out how humanity spread them and put an end to the Terramorph problem definitively.
Using aliens to our own ends sounds like Xeno warfare team all over again.
I really think it could. Now, there is another option for removing the Terramorphs from our worlds. It's faster, maybe even more efficient, but riskier. A microbe. Something we could aerosolize, let spread, and have it clean up anything with Terramorph DNA for us, which would include morphs, and we expect their transmission method. It'd still take time to build, test, and distribute, but no other method could hold a candle to it when it comes to sheer efficiency. Not even the Asilis.
That sounds like you're playing with fire. I want for the Asilis.
Inclined that way myself. With either path, though, we're looking at a long-term commitment. Years of work. Even just getting these plans off the ground is going to take time. And all routes are going to require some highly specific materials to make things work. Terramorph cell lines we can breed quickly and consistently to test on. Asili's gene samples we can use to rebuild their bloodlines. Or sharpen our microbes' tracking skills. Not the sort of things any labs just got lying around. But we think we found a lead. One place in the known galaxy where we know we should be able to find all the materials we need. All paths lead to Londinium.
Sinne siis.
Exactly what I was hoping to hear.
Voiko sillä ratsastaa? Enpä tiedä. Ei varmaan.
On Londinium's outskirts. We're cleared for access, but we'll need to check in with the base commander, Sarah Hatoum, when we touch down. I'm gonna help Percival and Kaiser prep, but once that's done, we'll rendezvous with you there. But you need to know, Londinium, it belongs to the Terramorphs. They'll have anti-Xeno gear for us at the base, but I'd make sure you've got your favorite arms on hand.
Visit Lieutenant Azvedo. Purchase new gear. Onks täällä jotain hyvää myydä? Mä vähän luulen, et ei.
This goddamn planet. You romanticize a place when you're away from it for long enough. But I forgot what a dust-crusted pit Mars can be. Now what do you need?
Supplies.
Project personnel? Oh, that's you then. Don't much care for Vanguard. My sister's kids live in the city. Yeah, they both came through okay. One sign, effectively useless human beings that would have had no reason to be anywhere near the fighting. Still, would hate to see anything happen to them. Now, what was it you needed? No more reliable hardware in the galaxy.
Mitäs tää myy meille? Niin tämmönen microgani voisi olla ihan hauska, mutta hirveästi ei ole tuon näköään tuota kuulaa. Tää on jo... Mutta onks tää semi-automaat? Oo. Ignition beam, stealth lasers, lasers on long barrel. Reckless bombardment, nyt on aseella nimi. Joku tämmönen AA99 olisi ehkä pitänyt jossain vaiheessa pölliä tai säästää käyttöön. Tääkin vaikuttaa aika hyvältä kyllä. 81 damage 55. Vampire's Gift. Chance that humans drop extra medpacks on death. Tottakai kuulla ei liikaa. Pitäisikö ostaa tästä ihan tommonen? Miksi ne näitä ollut? Roskaa, roskaa. Tää vois periaatteessa olla parempi noitten deffien kannalta, mut sit mä en tiedä, oliks meillä jotain statteisia meidän kypärässä. Voidaan ostaa se. Ei mitään maksa. Mitäs tässä oli? Beast Hunter, Stagger, Damage to Scanned Enemies. Tää on kyllä hienompi tää. Jos me ei skanneta hirveästi meidän targetteja, niin ehkä tää voisi olla parempi siinä mielessä. Niin, hetkonen. Ai meillä on täällä tämmönen. Koska esimerkiksi tämähän nyt on ihan turha. Koska eikö nyt periaatteessa tää aja sen asian? Millainen tää on? Ota. Jee, pretty colors. No tähän ainakin kuulaa ja tää tekee damagea. Luulen, että se voisi ainakin laittaa ton tilalle. Mikäs se toinen oli? Ei, tääkin on muuten varmaan ihan näin kyllä tiedä. Tätäkin me voidaan periaatteessa kyllä sit käyttää. Tossa on toi -15% damagea planeetalla, mikä on tosi nihkeä. No. Ainakin meillä on nyt vaihtoehto. Jes. Ei muuta kuin Lontooseen. Missä se on Lontoo? Onko se täällä? Täällä heti täys meno päällä. Eikö se olikin harjoittelu vaan? Mistä mietin, että olisi pitänyt testaa heti tätä uutta asetta, mutta ei näkään tarvi.
I pride myself on knowing every person that steps foot on this planet. But I don't know you. Are you with this collection team they informed us we're hosting? Either that, or you're one deeply unlucky trespasser.
Captain Kahvi.
Vanguard, eh? Brief said you were an eclectic group. You must have really shined out on the fringe to get assigned a task like this. Then this must be the rest of your outfit.
Commander Hatum,
No need for introductions, Major Simon. Dr. Walker, your reputations precede you, as does the urgency of your mission.
Tää kypärä on nyt kyllä ihan siisti, mutta tää meidän vaippapuku ei.
It's with good reason my soldiers and I do everything we can to avoid entering the city. Terramorphs are omnipresent, and the structural damage left behind when Major Sinon's father bombed its spaceport has turned large swathes of the metropolis into a decaying labyrinth. As such, we'll be providing you all with gear, information, and uploading municipal unlock codes to your robot. Every tool you could need to succeed out there. Except one. Once you're on the other side of those barriers, you will be on your own. If you get into trouble, my people will not be coming. Do we understand each other?
Joo.
Precisely. I'll leave you to your preparations then. You can find your equipment in our armory, base of the tower just outside. Now, once you're outside the base, it's my personal suggestion you make a beeline to the nearby Aceles plant. It contains one of our field caches. Though I can't guarantee it won't contain anything else. I hope you all find what you're looking for out there. Robot, you're coming with me.
Yes, ma'am.
Robot.
Thank you, Commander. Percival, you all set to hook into their comms tower?
Should only take a few minutes. Let's get this done and get the hell out of here.
Percival will be scanning the city for our samples from here. When he finds one, he'll transmit the coordinates to us out in the field.
Selkeä.
All right. Head over to the armory and gear up. Once you're done, we'll meet by the entrance to the city.
Collect your gear. Paljon täältä saa luuttaa. Kaiken. Oho, ups. Kai tonkin näkee tuolta läpi jotenkin, mutta... Oho. Refined Big Bang. Mitäs kaikkea meille tarjotaan? Assassin Drum, no joo. -15 from alien enemies. Ois hyvä, sama. No, otetaan nyt, koska toi on varmaan ihan siistin näköinen. Damn! Tarvii olla niin. Razor Derby. Minkä säköinen toi on? Tää on kyllä ihan siistin näköinen. Näissä on molemmissa kyllä toi Beast. Tässä on Nearby Attackers. Mehän voidaan itse asiassa vaihtaa vähän. Vai coolimpi. Tässä olisi taas... No just eikö me vaihdettiin. Mut toi vähentynyt melee damage voisi olla kyllä hyvä. Ja me vaihdetaan. Tässäkin olisi ihan hullu tää 88. Me kyllä ostettiin tää just tätä varten. Toi Beast Hunter -15 on kyllä varmaan niin hyvä, että... Plus se on saman näköinen, mut... Siinä on vaan toi punainen kamo, mikä on paljon siistimpi. Tää nyt on siistin näköinen. Kelpaa. Okei. Taas vilkku silmissä. Mä en tiedä mistä se johtuu. Ehkä me ollaankin koukus johonkin aineisiin. Silmät välkkyy vierotusoireita. Ready to go. Ready. Ei muuta kuin mennään vaan. Bilet!
Percival, where are we heading?
Running the first sweep. Vasilis, not far. Old shipping yard just past the processing plant. Gene samples are probably in one of the containers.
RAL monitor. Yllättävän toimiva. Toimii. Unohdin, että näitä eläimiä kannattaa tosiaan sniikkailla, koska eihän nää tajuu mistään mitään. Slow. Ei me nyt jakseta kyllä noin paljon, me ei jakseta nähdä vaivaa. Expert. No katsotaan, ei tää on varmaan value, mut... What? Olisiko toi parempi? Joo. Ja sittenhän me voidaan periaatteessa käyttää vaan kaikki nää. No joo. Ihan ok. Muistankohan, että mulla on tämmönen. Tai sitten me voidaan itse asiassa laittaa se... Mihin se meni? Se on vielä... Silenced. Me voidaan laittaa se... tohon. Hetkinen, mitä meillä oli ysissä? Niin granaatin heitin. 0 nyt tää haulikko ja sitten 5 oli tää laseria. Tosin meidän kokeilla tätä haulikkoa. Eikä mitä. Collect the samples. Aika jännä. Kannatti tiirikoida kerrankin jotain. Hetkonen, missä se merkka on? Tuolla. Me otetaan täällä snipalla se. Tää tekee kans ihan hyvin damagea kyllä. Mikä tää? Aika hullua value. Olis meillä on taskussa nää tilaa? Musta tuntuu, että meillä on taas taskut ihan super täys. No jep. Aika lailla. Aha. Tuolla oli mylly tuolla. Oho, terve. Oho. Tuo voi tyhjentää noin nopea. Pam 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 pam. Shattered shock. Onks tääkin joku? Eikö tääkin oo granaatiheit? Sekin olisi taas value.
Alright, now hand those over to Kaiser and let's get out of here.
Ok, Kaiseri.
Nice work. Now, earlier scan picked up a valid Terramorph sample, but, well, it's in the spaceport. And the quick route there looks like it got blasted when the port did.
There are steam tunnels under the city, which will allow us to access the spaceport.
Repelled. Mä en kyllä halua käyttää tota. Enkä tota. Meillä muita. Onhan meillä näitä. Mut.
What do you... That's right. Kaiser, how did you know that?
Not sure.
Percival, you see any better option?
Not from where I'm standing.
We got our answer.
Access unlocked. We may proceed.
On näköjään se elossa oleva telotettu sotarikollinen päässyt ohjelmoimaan tonkin tietoja. Kaikki on vaan, miten sä tiedät sen? Jaa. En mä tiedä. Tiedänpähän vaan.
Kaiser, this flora, this is Lazarus plant, isn't it?
Confirmed.
You know, no one even realized it was a living thing until someone got it under a microscope and saw it had cells. Can't be cultivated anywhere but Londinium. Real marvel.
Hyi.
All these leeches. What's keeping you things warm?
Kohta tulee joku yllätys. Wow.
What's that? My God, look at it. A Lazarus in bloom. You know, we might be some of the only... What's happening? Captain, have you seen this?
Hei! Noinko terrormorfeja syntyy?
God, the heat leeches are terramorphs. You just saw that, right? You would tell me if I was losing my mind. That heat leech became a terramorph. The pests that have snuck onto every planet are baby terramorphs. Heat leeches hide out in ships, sneak away after landing, and then, with time, they transform. We just found out how terramorphs move between planets. Pretty major is right. But if what we just saw, if that's possible... The Lazarus plant. It's clearly an accelerant for the terramorph, a heat leech transformation process. Make one into the other in an instant. But that means if anyone knew about this, they could trigger a terramorph spawning. You could sneak a leech into a city, or even multiple leeches, into a place like New Atlantis. Good God. The attack on New Atlantis, does this...
No niin, ehkä se olikin setuppi.
Set that up? But first, you'd have to know the truth about all this.
Well, we're never gonna know if you don't catch that thing. Get after it.
We may proceed.
Perään! Mörkö kiinni! Tää välillä tallentaa, lähtee henki kuitenkin kohta. Tai peli kaatuu. Ei kyllä pitkään aikaa kaatunut, joku patchi on korjannut jotain. Mörkö. Mörkö. Missä on mörömpää? Siellä on mörömpää.
Kaiser's got the cell data from the New Atlantis and Tau Ceti attacks, right?
Uploaded them myself.
Musiikki on vähän myöhässä, tilanne on ohi jo.
Beginning analysis. It is a match. This suggests with high certainty that the Lazarus plant was used to trigger the attacks on both planets.
There's no way a plant this rare, this fragile, just shows up here, New Atlantis, and Tau Ceti. The transformations on those worlds, they must have been triggered by human hands. Captain, do you understand what it is we just stumbled on here?
I think it means the Lazarus plant was used to trigger, yes.
Exactly. Someone saw the Lazarus plant in action and used it to trigger the attacks. Makes some sense, actually. Tau Ceti was likely their first test. Someplace remote where no one would question a few settlers going missing. Ensure the big show, the attack on New Atlantis would be a success.
Se oli vaan testi.
The timing of that one. It couldn't have been just luck that it happened right when we were asking the cabinet.
Onneksi tää oli kirjoitettu näin. Onneksi.
These attacks. I
Niin kuin mä silloin aiemmin sanoin, että toivottavasti tää on kirjoitettu oikein, eikä vaan silleen huonosti.
They certainly were. But having this answer, well, it raises a couple big questions. Who could pull something like this off?
Se on sun faijas.
Why? Maybe. But then why let us clean up the terramorphs? Take away the only thing that makes the plant useful.
Cover up.
It doesn't add up.
Let's save the discussion for when you all aren't standing in the universe's closest equivalent to hell frozen over. If we're gonna do anything to prevent more terramorph attacks, human cause or otherwise, we need that final sample.
Roger that.
Viimeinen samppeli.
Get us into the spaceport?
The entrance is this way.
No niin, Kaiseri. Galbank, Chunks. Ovi auki.
I am unable to provide sufficient power to the lock mechanism.
Jaha.
Anyone got ideas where we could get some extra juice?
Local power looks like it was controlled in the security office. Upper floor.
Captain and I can scout it out. Kaiser, see if you can't find another way to get it open.
Roger that. I have restored power to the office entrance. You may proceed.
Bum 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 bum. Uusia nafta.
There's the control panel. Still looks operable. Of all the things.
Master ei jaksa.
Control system reboot required.
And we do that. Ah, Captain. I think I see.
The big red button.
Reboot engaged. Running diagnostic. Diagnostic complete. Multiple systems unavailable.
Onko se pommittanut tän koko Londonin paskaksi sen takia, koska on Salee se vitsin tyyppisiä, joka on elossa vielä, joka piti telottaa. Tää on koko sen salajuoni. Pakko olla. Ja nyt me saadaan tietää se, kun me kuullaan tää.
That's my father he's addressing. He was here? Didn't think he'd have the guts to look those soldiers in the eye before blowing this place to pieces.
Admiral! It just transformed. An invisible weapon. No planet would be safe. Colonel, the troops that closed off the sewers after my evaluation, they're all in this facility. Other than our casualties, yes, sir. Good. Get them into defensive positions around the spaceport. No one leaves. They'll send ships as soon as possible. Thank God. None of us wanted to go down swole by those things. That won't be your fate, Colonel. You have my word.
Transcription complete. Physical copy available.
An invisible weapon. He knew. He knew about the Lazarus plant. Grab that recording. We should talk.
Collect recording. Missä se on tossa?
Hey, Victus. You destroyed this place. Killed these people to keep what he knew about the Lazarus plant and the terramorphs and all this a secret. Didn't he? He saw the potential of the plant as a weapon and hid it away. He killed those people. condemned this city to keep them from sharing what they might have seen. He was
Cold-blooded murderer.
Yes. Exactly what we all thought he was. But I guess that's just another part of his sick legacy now. He thought he was protecting us all, taking the secret to his grave. Only he didn't succeed. Now someone else knows about the Lazarus plant and is
Kukahan siitä voisi tietää?
Now's not the time to joke like that, all right? No, that's insane. He died. They executed him. They faked his death?
Yes.
My entire unit, they threw us all to the wolves, but kept him? And now he's what? An advisor? Commanding the fleet in secret? What was so important that they had to keep him alive?
He's actually secretly the president.
I'm sure they did. They invested so much in him over the years. Even grew him an entire family he didn't want. I guess it makes sense though, doesn't it? The UC of that era only created me because they were afraid of a world without Vieeelä in command. Why would they get rid of him? As long as I live, I'll never understand the loyalty that old bastard elicited. But wait, if my father's alive and knew about the Lazarus plant, what do you think the chances are he was involved in the attacks?
It's the only lead we've got.
And even if he wasn't directly involved, I guarantee he knows something. But I guess we're not getting any more answers right now. Come on, let's go get that last sample.
Noniin. Viimeinen sampeli.
Kaiser, try it now.
Guys, your sample, it moved.
It moved!
Be careful out there if I were you.
Jaa!
Eyes peeled.
Ja sit tää on kunnon tämmönen bossiareena. Oi voi pojat. No ei paljon näy. Ääntä kohti vaan. Se räjähtää tuolta jostain maan alta esiin vielä. Jos siellä saisi edes yhden sneak-kättäkin, niin olisi kiva. No. Meidän samppeli. Kohta niitä tulee lisää tänne. No niinhän niitä tulee. Ota samppeli.
Good. Now just stash that sample with Kaiser and we're done.
Final sample secure.
Ne on eläimiä.
Time to get the hell out
Ne
of
on
here.
geneettisiä aseita.
Percival, you should unplug and find somewhere we can talk. Privately.
On it. See you soon.
Nyt oli kahdenlaisia aseita siinä sodassa, minkä ne kävi. Oli näitä elukoita, näitä ksenoja. Ja sitten oli niitä mekhoja, niitä isoja robotteja. Niistä molemmista tehtiin laittomia. Ja nää nyt on ihan näitä elukoita. Se granaatti heiti. Whee! Voisiko niitä ottaa lemmikiksi? Se olisi varmaan sotarikos omistaa tämmönen lemmikkinen. Mitä Robodoge? Sä oot varmaan hyvistön puolella, kun sä oot käynyt meidän kimppuun.
Look at all of you. Back from the underworld. Got pretty frantic on the comms towards the end there. But it sounded like this was a success. Got everything we need to put this plan in motion. Best place for them. Now, my connection might have gotten a bit fuzzy there, but do I have it right that Vieeelä knew about this damn plan?
That's what it sounded like.
Guess the old admiral must have told someone what he learned. Even he's not clever enough to pull off an attack like that from the great beyond.
Paitsi että.
It's a bit more complicated than that.
I'm sorry, what? He's pulling my leg, right? Adrian?
No, I don't believe he is.
So that means we have a suspect.
I believe that's exactly what that means. Look, Captain. Percival and we need to get these samples back to the lab. Ensure we'll be able to handle cleaning up the leeches as well as the terramorphs. But Vieeelä is the only solid lead we've got on the attacks. Since you're the only one who knows where he is, can you speak to him? See if you can get him to cough up anything he might know.
Toki.
Good. We'll all meet back at Mast, outside the cabinet chambers. They're gonna want to know everything we've uncovered here. Best of luck, Captain. And thank you for dealing with him.
Speak to Vieeelä. Vieeelä. No, kaikki 6 kolikkoa. Olis meillä taas taskussa tätä tavaraa? No ihan liikaa.
I hope you're having a good day.
Have a good day.
Yeah, the way you handle things.
Nyt meillä on kaikkea ylimääräistä täällä taas. Shattered shock. Totakaan varmaan tarvii. All right.
Yeah, what is it?
Haulikko oli kyllä kätsy. No bounty. No ei oo. Mulla on bounty vaan avaruusrosvojen kanssa, mutta senkin vois kyllä käydä maksamassa. Toisaalta eipä ollut hirveästi niillekään kyllä asiaa. Ne meidän munat. No ne on vielä jossain. Jossain siellä aluksessahan ne on kyydissä. Miten mä tiedän, voiko niillä munilla oikeasti tehdä mitään, vai onko se vaan semmonen itemi? Se voi olla, että niillä ei oikeasti tehdä mitään suoranaisesti. Että se riittää, että se eläin on skannattu ja sitten sille planeetalle on rakennettu semmonen tietynlainen rakennus. Ja sitten niitä pystyy kasvattaa niitä eläimiä. Mut en tiiä. Enpä oo kerinyt kokeileen. Kuules nyt sinä. Huijarimies.
Well, what a pleasant surprise. When I heard you and Hadrian were headed for Londinian of all places, I presumed you must be onto something big. Did you find what you were looking for? I haven't been to Londinian in many years. Why? Is there some way I could be of assistance? Were you able to recover what you were looking for? Good news then. So, what exactly are you doing here? Plenty still to be done in defeating the Terramorphs, no? Did you? Well, I don't know what you think you heard on this recording, but I sincerely hope you didn't come to the wrong conclusions. After all, given the Cabinet's current state of anxiety, they might misinterpret such a discovery to mean I could have been involved with the attacks. Perhaps I can convince you to keep this among us. You want to hear the words then? I did it. The Terramorph attacks on Tau Ceti. New Atlantis. My doing. Years of coordination between my associate and I. Figuring out how to deploy the Lazarus plant's pollen outside of Londinian. Learning to synthesize it. Use it as a weapon. Now, being as clever as you are, I'm sure you have thoughts on why I might do such a thing. All in due time. First, I want to see if you're truly as astute as you appear. So why would someone like me go through all this trouble? You couldn't be more right. The attacks were a correction. When I discovered the plant, I did consider handing over what I'd found, but we were at war. And I couldn't risk information that dangerous falling into the wrong hands. So I ordered the bombing of the Londinian spaceport, fixing two problems at once. Halting the spread of the city's Terramorph outbreak, and sealing away knowledge of the plant's potential. Captain. The Freestar Collective had spies everywhere. I was concerned that if word got out, the Collective could swoop down, start breeding Lazarus plants, and overrun our worlds with waves of terramorphs. Just like what was happening on Londinian at that very moment. Sealing off the city to prevent mass death? It was the only option that made sense at the time. Simple to say now, but with the outbreak raging from a barely understood source, the moment demanded quick action. So I did what was required. I removed the dangerous variable from an already catastrophic war. But then, as the war ended, my trial, my execution, I made a decision. After all, I'd given everything for the colonies. My life as I knew it included. And what did I get in return? Was there any effort by the UC to protect my legacy? My daughter's legacy? No. We were sacrificed when all we did was serve. So I kept what I'd learned and arranged the attacks to set things right again. My daughter, she becomes a hero. I become a trusted advisor, having found Kaiser, the research team, and cement my new position of influence when I hand them the name of the person responsible for the attack on New Atlantis. The dear departed Dr. Reginald Orlays, the associate who aided me all these years, and whom I always slated to take the fall. What luck he was stopped dead before he could hurt anyone else. His decades on the run.
Harmi, että me ollaan jo paljastettu muille, että tää saattaa tietää asioista. Periaatteessa vois valehdella tämän puolesta.
It wasn't easy. But the beauty of being loathed is that people will do whatever they can not to deal with you. They wanted to pretend I didn't exist. And so I used their blind eye to my advantage. Still, establishing a back channel to Orlays via the UC recovery teams was painstaking work. I've led campaigns less nerve-wracking. They believed they were luring in wanted criminals, but were in fact delivering precisely encoded slates, filled with instructions invisible to any but their recipient, dropped off at just the right moments to fall into the proper hands. All without the UC realizing whom you were actually dealing with. Slow work. But as you can see, ultimately effective. Captain, please. You've benefited here as much as I have. Maybe more. It's why I had Orlays reprogram Kaiser. Had that old machine guide you to where I found the plant all those years ago. I went to great lengths to ensure your and Hadrian's success. And look at the results. I know for a fact the Cabinet's planning to honor both you and Hadrian once this is all done. Isn't that preferable to languishing away in obscurity? Running jobs on the tail end of nowhere for the Vanguard? With only the vague hopes of perhaps earning the right to buy a home in the well someday. Precisely. And let's not forget the importance of our actual endgame. Eliminating the terramorphs. Securing knowledge of the Lazarus plant. What we've set in motion is going to protect thousands, maybe millions of lives. I'm simply requesting one more life be protected. Mine. I've already sent along the evidence of Orlays' role in the attack. Leaving out my own involvement. All I ask is that you confirm as much to the cabinet. Tell them that it was Orlays.
Kävitkö Imaankaan juokseen vai menikö Imaa yksin? Mä jouduin skippaa, kun mulla oli jalkabaska. Ei vaan sen jalkaa jotenkin jumis polvi taive kipeä. No. Liian aikasi. Sä heräät liian myöhään. Let's be real here.
Well, I do hope you'll keep the larger perspective in mind, Captain. We've done something great here. Let's not squander the opportunity to do more.
Speak to Hadrian in Percival. Oh no. Meidän pitää vakuuttaa. Haluuks mä vakuuttaa ne siitä, että onkin? Tää on nyt kyllä. Nyt kyllä.
Perfect timing. We just got in. So on our end, good news. The microbe and the Asylees are both as effective against heat leeches as they are against terramorphs.
Means either plan should work for clearing those critters off our worlds.
Considering what the Lazarus plant is capable of, I don't think we can deal with those things fast enough. I already sent along info to the cabinet to get them up to speed. So what about your end? Did you find anything? Did my father tell you what he knew about the Lazarus plant?
Ehkä me vähän valehdellaan näillä.
Orlays? Reginald Orlays? He did this? I didn't think he was still alive. You're sure it was him?
That's some impressive work. So then give us the rundown. Where's Orlays now? Were you able to bring him in?
I tried, but he took his own life instead of coming peacefully.
I'm sorry to hear that. Those sorts of missions are always tough. Any idea why he might have done it? Or what he was doing with the plant? I can't imagine the amount of work it took to deploy the Lazarus plant off-world. Strange to go to all that trouble and not state your reasons.
Well, the man knew how to hold a grudge. I wouldn't be shocked if this was him getting back at the UC for trying to put him on trial.
I guess. Well, at least he won't be able to hurt anybody else now. Might be the best we could ask for, given the circumstances. So I guess there's nothing else to do but get this all in front of the cabinet. Unless there were other things we needed to discuss. This might be our last opportunity to talk things through before the cabinet weighs in on a decision regarding the terramorphs. They are.
Microbe needed minimal adjustment to account for heat leech anatomy.
And the Asylees seem like they're even better at tracking leeches than morphs.
Hell of a sight to watch, though, when they catch him. Like an open airlock guzzling angry spaghetti. Microbe is gonna make the cleanup a whole lot quicker. If we're concerned about this Lazarus plant getting deployed again, that's the way to go.
The cabinet can secure the Lazarus plant. And then we're not risking any surprises when it comes to dealing with a microbe.
You're being paranoid. You know the science. You know we can make this safe.
I do know the science. I also know math. And a 1 in a million chance of a mutation isn't 0. So I guess we're still in discussion. Probably best at this point to let the cabinet weigh in. See if they have a preference. And here we go.
Olisi voinut ehkä kysyä, että olisiko ollut mitä riskejä siinä meren tuomisessa takaisin on, mutta
Welcome back, all of you. I wish we were meeting under better circumstances. But according to Hadrian's report, and the second one I just received, It seems the Terramorph attack on New Atlantis was no random occurrence, but a planned strike. Is what I'm reading here true?
Yeah.
My God.
An attack? Using terramorphs? How is that possible?
You will all receive a full briefing once we're done here. So then, is what the second report claims correct? Did Reginald Orlais commit these attacks, Captain?
Yes.
That appears to be the case, ma'am. The captain tracked that information down just after our trip to Londinian.
Reginald Orlais? Wasn't there a report he'd been killed recently?
Body was found floating around Etheria. Report mentioned you were sent to try and bring him in, Captain. I guess that didn't go according to plan.
Ah, yes. I was told about your mission and who ordered it. Did you two suspect at the time Orlais might have been involved in the attacks? Well, it appears you were ahead of the curve. This report contains definitive evidence Orlais triggered the attacks via this Lazarus plant the Captain and Major Sinan uncovered.
Simply harrowing.
Indeed. Though it would have been preferable for him to have finally faced the UC's justice, it seems both of you are to be commended for ensuring he was dealt with before he could strike again. You have our thanks. Now, with our villain unmasked, we can attend to the other matters at hand. With the threads you've brought together here, the Lazarus plant, the attacks, the heat leeches, the three of you have likely spared thousands of lives. But it now falls to the Cabinet to ensure this can never happen again. As such, the Cabinet will be securing the Lazarus plant on Londinian. All materials related to the plant will be classified to ensure no one else learns its true nature.
A sound decision, Madam President.
I'm glad you think so. So then, to our final topic. The Cabinet has agreed to implement a plan that will deal with the Terramorph, and now also Heat Leech presence on human worlds. In fact, we've already begun enacting measures to check all UC ports and settlements for undiscovered nests. But we all understand this is only a partial solution. The project we're embarking on will be a long and difficult one. So our first step must be deciding how exactly this all will be handled.
Madam President, this microbe is clearly too much of a risk. The Aseles are the safer approach.
To someone with limited knowledge of biology, perhaps? The technology behind the microbe is solved science, Madam President. It isn't dangerous. Using it to wipe out the Terramorphs would be the quickest path to protecting humanity.
And fast results always lead to the best outcomes, don't they?
As you can see, there remains debate among the Cabinet. We were hoping your group might issue a recommendation.
We've been having similar debates ourselves, but the Captain has yet to weigh in.
Ja totta kai me saadaan päättää.
Captain, I know this may not be your area of expertise, but we'd like to know your take on the matter.
Me ollaan nyt sitä mieltä, että lisää mörköä vaan maailmoihin.
I'm in full agreement. No need be delving into unpredictable sciences.
And Major Sinan? Dr. Walker, you'd find this acceptable?
We trust the Captain's judgment.
Then the matter is settled. We'll begin the process immediately. Today marks day one for the Terramorph Management Division, making you three the founding members of the TMD.
Terramorph Management Division.
Despite all your checkered histories.
No.
With the Xeno Warfare Unit, or SysDef, the Cabinet still believes you all earned a display of gratitude for what you've done. Today, We will be adding 3 new Class 1 citizens to our ranks.
Yay!
Class 1? For the 3 of us? Are you joking?
What he means to say is, thank you, ma'am.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, ma'am.
You all have earned it.
Olisiko pitänyt kysyä, mitä se tarkoittaa?
There's much to be done. Major Sanan, Dr. Walker, I hope you two are willing to continue your efforts, spearheading the TMD's research on Mars.
We'd be honored, ma'am.
As for you, Captain, the Vanguard will be providing much of the on-the-ground support for the TMD. As a member of both the Vanguard and the TMD, I believe you'll have your pick of duties. Speak to your commander, Tuala, if I recall correctly. He should be able to provide you with assignments going forward, plus help you collect the benefits that come with being named Class 1. On behalf of the whole of the United Colonies, you have our sincerest gratitude. This meeting is adjourned.
Yeah.
By the way, Captain, Sergeant Yumi was looking for you. Sounds like he's got more work.
Activities. Collect your new ship. Speak to Commander Tuala. Tuli joku 1,000,000 minitehtävää tosta. Ei mut hetkonen, eihän mä nyt... Tää on ihan tyhmää, että sä halusit, että mä tuun tähän, kun eikö mä voi mennä tähän lobbyyn? Me puhut Tualalle ja sitten käskee sit johonkin kellarikerrokseen, että sä voit kiivetä sieltä rappuset ja sit tulla puhua sille. Mikä järki?
Well, I've gotta say, this is a first. I've never had a Class 1 citizen in my ranks before. Congratulations, Captain. No need to thank me. You brought this on yourself.
Peli ei lopu
Go
koskaan.
ahead and process your Class 1 benefits. All UC
Paitsi et ihan just loppuu.
thanks for protecting the colony's discount. And the credits should be in your accounts now. But to get into your penthouse, you'll have to pay a visit to the Affilion Realty office. They should be able to grant you access.
Ai me saatiin kämppä.
Higher-ups wanted to make sure you know how much they appreciate what you've done. But with all that squared, it's time to get you a new assignment.
Ei töitä.
While you're standing
Ei.
by, putting those pilot skills to use defending UC space. Or you could help the TMD in cleaning up terramorphs. Oh, and I got a request from Dr. Walker. Wanted your help collecting biological samples to keep an eye out for any, new alien threats on the horizon. Any of those missions call to you? Of course. You've earned some R&R. Once you're rested up and ready to head out there again, you come see me.
Beer run. Noin. Siinä oli taas yksi questline lisää. Realty Office. Skillpojoikin olis, kun sit vaan sais yhden aluksen ammuttua alas. Käydään kattoo meidän kämppää. Wow.
Never a better time than right now to settle down and make New Atlantis home. If you're a citizen, of course. Well, if it isn't the United Colony's newest Class 1 citizen, you've made quite a name for yourself in New Atlantis. In fact, the higher-ups want to thank you for your dedicated service by giving you one of the nicest pieces of real estate in the city. It's a premium penthouse at the top of Mercury Tower. Best location in New Atlantis, in my professional opinion.
Yeah.
What do you say? It'll just take a second to get you registered as the owner.
I'm interested.
Great. You're in for a real treat. It's one of my favorite apartments in the city.
Eikä edes tarvinnut ostaa sitä.
Okay, you're all set. Your new home's located in Mercury Tower in the residential district. You'll love the place. It has a gorgeous floor plan and an unbeatable view of the city. Now that you're an owner, I'm sure I'll be seeing you around town.
Building materials added to ship's cargo hold. Visit your new penthouse. No, kyllä maar. Toivottavasti se on Brame. Mä ajattelin, että tänään olisi ollut nopea striimi, mutta tääkin on kestänyt 4 tuntia. Mihin tää aika hävii? Palauttaa. Ja mielellään rahat takas. Tyhjää täynnä. Vähän vissiin pitäisi erikseen ostaa ne sisustukset. Hirveä labyrintti kyllä. Näkyy meidän alusta täältä meidän partsilta. Ai että. Toinen vessa. 2 jäsenpesualtaan. Koska miksei? Voiko hyppää alas? Eiköhän siitä voi. Voidaan kokeilla kohta. Pesukone on vaatekaapissa. Siinä on vesivahinko odottaa tapahtumista kyllä. Joo, onhan tää nyt hieno, mut ui, ja sit tää näkyy tää luonto tälleen. Cool. Täälläkin oli vaan joku extra komero. Ja tää meni pihalle. Joo. Ihan ok, ihan ok. Aiko tässä on decorate? Tää toimii tälleen. Ja sit näihin menee tätä matskuu. Possu piirustukseen. Varoituskylttejä. Roskiksi. Kahvikone pitää olla. No. Eikö tää on kahvikone? Espressomasiina. Harmi kun näitä ei saa niinku suoraan laitettua. Matto keskelle tuohon. Niin sit tänne sais näitä mannekiineja, joihin voi pukea niitä kamoja päälle, niin sit tähän voisi esimerkiksi laittaa niinku kokoelma erilaisia armoreita. Eri poseissa. Nääkin ois kyllä kovat. Joo. Tännekin sais kaikki nää stationit jos haluis, mut ne meillä on aluksessa, ne ei periaatteessa tarvii. Jee. Ei kyllä jaksa sisustaa. Ei oo kyllä niin mun juttui. Ois kyllä aika duuni sisustaa tää koko homma ja sit tuoda kaikkea krääsää ja laittaa ja Huhhuh. Me voidaan hypätä alas parvekkeelta. Peli läpi. Ja se meidän kämppä on jossain. Ylimmässä kerroksessa. Joo. Ehkä kahvikentistä joutuu mennä takaisin hissillä ylös. Täällä on kyllä ihan sikana näitä. Puhu kaikille. Täällä on 2 eri puhu Sergeant Jumille. Collect your new ship. Saatiinko me joku, millainenkohan me saatiin? Joo. Se on ollut semmonen peli tähän mennessä. Mitäs te ootte tykänneet, jotka ootte kattonut? Oliko ihan tylsä? Ainakin mulla kyllä tuntuu uppoavaa ihan... Paljonkohan mulla muuten playeri? On toi nyt aika paljon. 48 plus. No, mistäs me nyt löydetään? 48 plus 14, 50, 62 tuntia. Me ollaan nyt tätä kerätty aika hyvin pelaakin. Ihan solid. Ollut ihan solid. Tää oli vähän loppupuolella rupesi jotkut pikkujutut vähän ärsyttää, mutta ei kun niin, toi Collect Your New Shiphan on se... Toi on se mikä me tilattiin silloin. Joo, ei toikaan. Mehän ei saada lentää sitä. Kauheen cyberpunk-hype, niin venännut sitä. Aivan. No mut se on nyt seuraava. Torstaina cyberpunkia. Ei ole myöskään mitään erikoista menoa, niin silloin on aika varmasti striimipäivä. Päästään sen kimppuun seuraavaksi. Toi vaan antoi mulle 3 tonnia toi kyttä. Joo. Joo, mä en halunnut hyppää sen Cyberpunkiin vielä ennen kuin mä olin tehnyt tässä periaatteessa ne asiat, mitä mä haluun. Ja se oli ihan hyvä, koska toi oli mun mielestä ihan mielenkiintoinen questline kyllä toi Terriermorphi-homma. Ihan interesting lore. Niin munkin mielestä. Siis mä tykkäsin siitä Ryujinin ideasta, mutta sitten taas ne jotenkin tehtävinen oli vähän niin ja noin. Tai se jäi vähän semmoiseksi, en mä tiedä, jotenkin pintapuoliseksi vähän se. Silleen niinku siinä mielessä toi oli kyllä varmaan paras. Mut joo, mä luulen, että tämän päivän striimi oli tässä. Ensi kerralla uusi peli, uudet kujeet. Aloitetaan se Cyberpunk. Mä voin pelailla tätä omassa rauhassa silloin tällöin omalla vapaa-ajalla. Ei tarvi striimaa enää ihan kaikkea mahdollista. Yes! Mä lopettelen. No oli tää se 10 € arvoinen ihan heittämällä. Niin, pitää varmaan cancellaa se muuten, koska seuraavaksi tulee pelattua varmaan Cyberpunkia ja HNH pelkästään, niin ei kyllä tee taas Game Passilla mitään. Mut joo, meikäläinen lopettelee. Hyvää yötä, hei hei ja hyvästi, ja miten sinne meni?